Good morning, everyone. If you recently joined, I am here. Yeah. So you can probably see the morning plan to complete those lab activities. We went through the module yesterday talking about alert exclusions and alert exceptions. So give you a chance to also work, with those features and also exception profiles. Yeah. So if you have questions as you go through, you can anytime ask. If you need the lab login details, I think you would have saved the text file yesterday, but I can share it again if you need. Don't be shy. We'll do a review of day 2 and then start with module 9 at 9:30. Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Kent. Okay, everyone, still plenty of time to complete these activities. Be great if you can complete them by 9:30, because we're going to continue. Yeah, it's the last day of EDU 260. Welcome back. Yeah. So let's complete these labs today to make sure we're really ready for the class tomorrow. You'll get more out of that way. Yeah. Because, yeah, if you need help to log in, yeah, again, this is the kind of environment I can see who's doing what. I know I logged in like a long time ago in the management audit logs, but I can't see any other activity in terms of, I know a few people have done already yesterday, but there's no new exploit profiles. And so if you need help getting started, let me know. Yeah, I won't hassle you. Otherwise, I will move on at 9:30. All right. I'll share through the lab login in case you don't have it and you were too shy to ask for it. Yeah, that might be part of the problem. Okay. So that's the lab login details, same as the file from yesterday. So you don't need to, if you have it already, you don't need it again. If you have questions during the lab, let me know. Otherwise, I'll, yeah, talk to you later. All right. Okay, good morning for those people that just joined. We're just completing the Lab 8 activities, and we're going to start, we'll do a review of day 2 and begin day 3's material, when the countdown ends as well. If you need any lab access details, call out, let me know, send me a chat. The objective is to complete to the end of lab activity 8.3, so we can get started on today. Okay. All right, official good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final day of EDU 260, our Cortex XDR prevention and deployment course. I can see there's been great progress for the lab. If you're still doing lab, when it's lab time again, continue where you are. Yeah. So we'll quickly review what we covered yesterday. Yesterday, we went through an overview of malware protection, quite a bit of detail on the pre-execution phase to decide whether to allow a process to start, and also on some of our post-execution monitoring, malware protection modules, MPMs. Great lab on that. You all completed. The exploit protection we then went through, and also did a good lab on exploit protection, how to configure the exploit profile. We then did a section on understanding the management of an alert, how an alert is assigned an alert ID number by Cortex XDR. We'll talk more about how it gets dispatched into an incident tomorrow, but the options we have when we right-click on an alert, including alert exclusions and alert exceptions, and other options to change the status from new to under investigation to resolved, or change the severity of an alert. So just basic alert management. And then we went through the last module and the last lab most of you have completed, using exclusions. And we're using exclusions to reduce confusion. Yeah, if we configure an alert exclusion rule, we're saying, don't show it to us anymore. The agent would still send it, but the matching alert, rules matching that alert will hide the alerts from us. Yeah, and then we have exceptions, very different, exceptions to disable protections. Yeah. So if we need to configure a process exception or a support JSON or a digital signer exception to allow a process to run from a digital signer that was blocked, we have the ability, or a BTP rule exception, what I demonstrated, to disable a rule that was interfering with a process. Exceptions disable protections, exclusions reduce confusion. Yeah. Hope that helps. And today we're going to begin with response actions. So we are an XDR, extended detection and response. We're going to start talking a bit more about how the response actions work. I'll actually give you a demonstration as well of what you will do in the lab. You're going to configure endpoint isolation. In terms of immediate response, we might need to isolate an endpoint or multiple endpoints. So how do we manage that? What happens when you perform endpoint isolation? We'll go through other response actions, understand what our options are. And then we'll talk a bit more about how the Windows agent works. Not things you need to do day to day or know day to day, but basic agent troubleshooting in case there is a problem on one of your servers or workstations or VMs. After installing the agent, what would you do? Yeah, where would you find its logs? How would you generate the tech support file required for Palo Alto Networks? I think you know how to do that, but other methods. The second last module is Broker VM. Many people, when coming to this class, have never heard of Broker VM. So it has a very important role in Cortex XDR. We'll learn about it in module 11, and the last module, deployment considerations. So they're quite short modules, plenty of time to get through everything. So if you have questions, you want me to demonstrate anything from yesterday, something you couldn't get working in the lab just now. Such a quiet group. It's because I don't have my camera turned on. I look horrible because I've got this cold, right? So that's my excuse. Yeah, you can hear me properly, right? All good? Ready to go? Yes, thank you, Thomas. Okay, I know you can hear me properly then. All right, very good. So let me just pause that, get the response actions module ready. Very good. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, you're all welcome to talk, you know, and pretend we're in the classroom together. Okay, so here we go to module 9. We're now going to go through Cortex XDR's response actions, but not just the actions. We'll understand more about action categories and action targets. We're going to go through how we manage the actions through the Action Center and can track the actions, and what our endpoint response actions are and how they work. Specifically, by the end of this module, it's again a long one, you'll be able to describe and differentiate between different action categories and different action targets. Sometimes the target, for example, is a host, an IP address. Sometimes the target might be a process. Sometimes the target might be a file. We have many different targets and categories. We'll talk again about WebSocket. Palo Alto Networks want you to know that we're using WebSocket to initiate those server-based response actions, how to perform and track the response actions from the Action Center. And I think you've already done a live terminal, but you'll be able to run live terminal and also perform endpoint isolation and manage how it has been isolated, understand what happens as well. So first section of this module is response actions overview. We have different action categories and different targets of response actions. So with Cortex XDR, we have the ability to perform instant response to an attack. Some we've seen, for example, quarantining, automatic quarantining of a file, or in terms of if there wasn't an auto quarantine, we could then choose to quarantine the file by analyzing the alert. We could terminate a running process if a process is still running. In terms of instant response, we could isolate the endpoint if it had been compromised or it's propagating laterally malware in your environment. We can add a malicious IP address or a domain name, think like a server name as well, FQDN, to our EDL, and we'll learn about how the EDL works, the external dynamic list, what it's used for. So that's for instant response to attacks. We have also got another category for further investigation. Well, I need to do a live terminal. Even if I've isolated the endpoint, I could still do live terminal, by the way. And live terminal lets us understand what processes are running, manage those processes, the file system, run an application, run Python scripts. And the other category we have is for maintenance and administration. Some of you did an upgrade of your XDR agent. If it was running an older agent version, you could just right-click and upgrade from the management console, or you could even uninstall the agent. And other options, disable capabilities. So there are different action categories: response, investigation, and maintenance. In terms of the targets, if we were quarantining, what are we quarantining? It's a file. So the target could be a process or a file. We're terminating a process. We're isolating a whole endpoint or doing a live terminal, a different target, the endpoint. Or if we're adding an IP address or IP addresses onto our EDL, our external dynamic list, the target could be a whole network. So that our firewall will prevent access to or from those addresses. And the way we manage our actions, I think you've seen the Action Center before, but it takes us through a guided process, very Cortex XDR management console style, asks you to first of all choose the action you'd like to perform, then target it on the endpoints that you'd like to target it. You can select single or multiple, and then watch the summary and then start it. So we can initiate response actions in multiple ways, but one of them is using the Action Center. From the all endpoint list, of course, we can right-click on the endpoint, and there are options, or we could use the initiate row. This is called the initiate row. So let me demonstrate that again. I've got all endpoints as a favorite. I'll open that in a new tab. And see, I keep my browser zoomed in a bit bigger, so it's easier for everyone to see demonstrations. The default filter, endpoint status of connected and disconnected. We found 70 out of 213 results altogether, but I really don't want to see those ones. So I'll just include if the endpoint name contains 761s and 760s for us. And click out there. I've done it again, isn't it? Cancel. Yeah. It's 67, isn't it? I'll work it out. Okay. All right. And there's all of our endpoints. None of us are running the Pro license, by the way. Otherwise, we'd see a Pro button. Yeah. And there's mine. And so from the right-click options, certainly we can perform security operations, isolate the endpoint, initiate live terminal. We've seen initiate malware scan, or retrieve files from the endpoint. As opposed to if we hover over towards the right-hand side of any endpoint, yeah, based on the endpoint we've hovered over, we're choosing would we like to isolate the endpoint or initiate live terminal or look at the asset view for that endpoint. So this is what we call the initiate row. The action center we find under incident response while I'm here before I go back to the slides. And here's our action center. So this is where we saw our global block list and the allow list we talked about very high in our malware pre-execution analysis. We choose, is it on the allow list? If so, we'll let this process start. Is it on the block list? If so, we're going to block it from starting, yeah? So this is where you can manage the allow and the block list. This is also where I could manage endpoint isolation or see the endpoint isolations that have occurred. They're different statuses. Yeah, some are actually isolated at the moment. Yeah, still. External dynamic list, I can manage the entries on the EDL and see the URL to provide to my Palo Alto Networks next generation firewall admin so they can create an object, an EDL object to configure the firewall to retrieve this URL, maybe every 5 minutes, every half an hour, to get a list of bad IP addresses and another URL to get a list of bad domain names. Yeah. And you can also and so we have individual actions from endpoint isolation. If I use the new action button, it'll still take me to the action center 3-step process, but it's now already chosen isolate for me. Yeah. Yeah, because I was in endpoint isolation. So I'll do it from here, all actions. We can see all of the actions that have, well, not necessarily completed. There are many different actions that might be partially successful or failed, completed with partial success, that one by Jerry. Yeah. So not, this one's pending, hasn't even started, this file retrieval. Yeah. So this is where we can see and manage the status of the actions and also trigger a new action. Again, I won't do a malware scan. It will scan our whole endpoint, whichever one I selected, but I could run a Python script. Yeah, add to the block list, add to the allow list. It's probably easier to do it the way we saw. Yeah. Add to the EDL. What IP address do you want to add? 9.9.9.9. Yeah. And then next. And the target is an EDL. It's the IP address EDL. I don't need to target it to one of my agents, and then done. Yeah. Okay, well, then we see the status of the action up the top. So that's where you manage all your different actions from. There are many actions that we provide you with prevent. Some actions we can only provide you with pro license if the Host Insights add-on has been enabled for your pro agent. Yeah, you can only enable the add-ons for the pro agents. So if I need to do a file search and then destroy the file, I need to have, as you can see, Host Insights add-on, which we do in our lab. And play with that on Thursday. Tomorrow morning, you'll enable Pro. Yeah. So if I wanted to retrieve the support file, all right, I want to retrieve, I'm about to open up a support case with Palo Alto Networks. We're going to talk about support anyway soon enough. Which endpoint names would I like to retrieve the support file from? So I'll just use my filter to show just the endpoint name starting with 671, and I could select multiple endpoints if I wanted to. I will. Yeah, thank you, 6717. And then, or I could choose other criteria, of course. I could have done it based on group name or platform or operating system, right? Many different criteria. I think you got the idea of the way we use the filters, so we can choose how to target it. And then there's the summary. You're going to retrieve a support file from these two endpoints. They're both running these versions. They both got the same IP. That's just our lab. And initiates the action. All right, so that's support file retrieval action. If I scroll across, you'll see maybe it's still, not even pending. It's in progress already, 2 in progress. To actually retrieve the support file, once it's completed successfully, then I'll right-click in here and use the additional data to then actually get access to the support file and attach it to my customer support portal case. So that will take time, yeah? I won't wait on that. We'll catch up on some slides. So I was showing you the action center. I showed you the initiate row as well, yeah? And from an object shortcut menus as well. All right. Now, the role that you have within Cortex XDR that I assigned to you on Monday is instance administrator. And that's just about full power in the instance. You can do everything within the instance. It's not quite as powerful, by the way, as the XDR account admin, the account administrator. This is the role that is needed to activate a new instance. Yeah. So I couldn't get authorization from the Cortex Gateway to activate my company's instance. I had to request that role to be assigned to me. So this is a special role. But once the instance is activated, it doesn't have any difference if you're an instance administrator or the account administrator. There's one slight difference, to be honest. One slight difference. If we go back to the Cortex Gateway, if you're the XDR account admin and you go to the Cortex Gateway, again, this is the only role that is able to do activation for a new tenant. Yeah. And the only place where we can do the activation is on the Cortex Gateway. I don't have any available for my accounts that I have access to available for activation. But because I'm the XDR account admin in this account, not this one, yeah, I have a permission management button. Maybe if you go to the gateway, you won't find this permission management button because you're not the XDR account admin for any account, yeah? So I could do my permission management over here, but only for my organization's XDR, yeah? Because you can see I'm an account admin. I think I showed you this the other day. Besides that, there are many other roles, right? Sachin doesn't have a role. He's one of my IT staff, right? So if I needed to assign Sachin a role in Cortex XDR, there are many different roles. Yeah, we have built-in roles that you can use to restrict their privileges, but still provide them with the ability to perform investigation, response, without having full power within the tenant. Yeah, so lots of predefined roles you can use, and you can also create custom roles. Just a viewer. Some analysts just might need to be viewers and not have the ability to go, oh, a scoped endpoint admin. And we'll talk about this in the last module today. I would like a person to have the ability just to manage the workstations, not the servers in my data center. You can provide a scoped endpoint admin role, so you can then scope them to groups of endpoints. They won't even see the alerts and information about the other endpoints they don't have within their scope. So many built-in roles, and you can also add custom roles in Cortex XDR. Yeah. Okay. And we'll talk more about that today. But anyway, roles can limit access to actions. A privileged IT admin can do a live terminal, but they can't perform endpoint isolation. It's a very serious, of course, response. A viewer can't initiate any action, so they just need to be an analyst. They may not need to even be privileged IT admin. To manage the roles from the tenant, not from the gateway, go through settings, configurations, then access management, you'll find roles inside. To see your role, you'll all find if you click on About at the bottom left for yourself, you'll find your instance administrator with Cortex XDR version 3.8. We're upgraded to. So this is an old slide. All right, so just to briefly review, I know we've touched on it a couple of times before. For instant response, if we need to immediately isolate an endpoint or terminate a running process or quarantine a file that wasn't auto-quarantined, XDR can initiate the action using WebSocket. The benefits of WebSocket compared to HTTPS we really mean, because the client, when they initiate a session to XDR, the agent, it uses HTTPS. Yeah. With WebSocket, we can perform immediate response. Critical actions can be sent over WebSocket. It's still over the same port that was used by the agent to connect to port 443. So again, I just need to allow SSL port 443 out from the agent to Cortex XDR, and we can still do things like live terminal, enable a live session, A stateful, well, a WebSocket session is a live session. It's bidirectional and stateful. So there's, request and response. If for some reason the WebSocket session fails, if I triggered to perform endpoint isolation and we couldn't initiate it for some reason, the action will be sent at the next agent heartbeat, and the agent does the heartbeat every 5 minutes, we know. Yeah. So it backs up WebSocket using the HTTPS session initiated by the agent. All right, here's some of the XDR initiated responses we can perform from the management console. Quarantine a file if it wasn't auto-quarantined, to terminate the process if it's still running. You did that in the alert management lab, yeah? You were running the PuTTY, you got a notification for PuTTY running from the downloads directory, and you looked at the alert, the causality view, and you right-clicked on PuTTY, and you terminated the process, and then saw that it terminated on the agent. Endpoint isolation we'll look at in detail here. Live terminal as well. Set endpoint proxy we'll learn about when we talk about the broker VM, so that the XDR agent can use the broker VM to proxy communications to Cortex XDR. Maybe my agent doesn't have internet access. Yeah, some of my agents aren't allowed internet access. I still need to have XDR agent installed. Yeah. We can retrieve files from the endpoint. I showed you retrieving a support file. You can retrieve whatever files you want. And you can retrieve the alert data and analyze it as well. So as you saw, we have our action center. I'll keep this part brief because I did demonstrate it. This is where we initiate a new action, see the status of actions that have happened, maybe not completed yet, but yeah, all the different actions are in the all action list. And if you want to look at specific types of actions, I quickly need to find a file to unquarantine, as we've done a few times in the lab. We'll go into the file quarantine list, do a filter based on the endpoint name, and then unquarantine the file without adding it to the allow list. Yeah, remember the default. I'll just refresh your memory on that for a second. It's worth refreshing our memory on that one. If we do try to, and I won't complete the process, not my endpoint, but if I do try to restore this quarantine file on 1825, yeah, remember it's hidden and renamed, so the user can't run it. If I try to, the default is to add this hash to the allow list and tell all of my agents next time they check in, if they try to execute this file with this hash, allow the process to start. That's not what we want to do, typically. I'm just trying to unquarantine the file. Yeah? Thumbs up, anyone? Question, anyone? Okay, because every 5 minutes, my agents get the block list, the allow list, yeah? All agents. All right, so the Action Center. We have the agent script library there as well. The scripts that are provided by Palo Alto Networks, out-of-the-box scripts, and we can also upload our own custom Python scripts so we can run them on our agents. So here's the kind of things we can do in the Action Center. Yeah, not the easiest way of adding to the block list or allow list, but yeah. Isolate, abort a malware scan if you had initiated a malware scan. So on-demand scan. And remember, you can target a single or multiple endpoints based on the filter you choose. And this will show you based on the add-ons that we have. These options would only be available, again, for the pro agents, which we also have the Host Insights add-on enabled for. So it wouldn't be useful for us in our lab right now. So when you go through the Action Center, in step 1, you choose the action. This action we've chosen is file retrieval. You then would have to choose at least one file. Yeah, so we've added C::lab malware, Verloc VBS, after seeing an alert. Yeah, so we'd like to retrieve that file. Next, we then get to target it based on whatever criteria you choose. We've selected this endpoint. And then next, we then see the summary. And then in the all action lists, once it's completed successfully, if you actually want to get this file to your workstation now, yeah, to your workstation, you'd right click on the additional data, and then it opens up another pop-up. Yeah. And there are different statuses. Yeah. So not every action will complete successfully. Hopefully they do. So completed successfully means all endpoints that were targeted successfully completed. Sometimes you might see completed with partial success. Some endpoints successfully completed, others didn't. Or failed. No endpoint successfully completed. They all failed. Pending hasn't even started yet. In progress, it started on at least one endpoint. And you can cancel as well. All right, so let me show you this live now because my action would have completed, I'm guessing, by now. We'll find out. We'll check the status. My support file retrieval action completed successfully for 2 completed. Yeah. All right. So if I right click anywhere in there, doesn't have to be anywhere in here. Yeah. I then get the additional data, another pop-up to show us the action details. This was a support file retrieval. This is the ID of the action. And then the action details, without me reading it out, the 2 targets, one and one other endpoint. But then we can see the endpoint details here. And if I want the support file for 6717, I'd right click on it and then download the files, retrieve the support file password. If I wanted the file from my endpoint, I'll select my endpoint. Okay. All right, and that's what they're trying to show you here. Yeah. If you're trying to perform a restore of a quarantine file, as we've done a few times, you can select a single or multiple and then use the restore all files, which restores it to the agent on which it was quarantined. Yeah, if something's in the block list, you can disable it from the block list or delete it, or even move to the allow list, which means something totally different. Yeah. If, again, during pre-execution, we start to run an executable that matches this hash, don't go down our decision flow. Just allow the process to start. Yeah. Don't verify whether it's on a trusted signer list. Don't do any wildfire verification of the hash. Yeah. So be careful about moving things to the allow list. It's typically to override a malware verdict, right? You can also, from the action center, rerun an action if you want to. If an endpoint is still isolated, you could cancel the endpoint isolation. All right, so here's an example of, this is a file retrieval, not a support file retrieval, but the same kind of idea. Yeah. One of the actions to retrieve one file, maybe the Verloc VBS, we'll find out in a second. If we noticed it completed successfully, so we right-click additional data, and then we get the pop-up. Yeah? And the pop-up shows us it was a file retrieval, completed successfully. It was the support JSON file. It wasn't Verloc VBS from target 00 win point. And there's the actions in table view. And we then right-click to download the support JSON file to your workstation now. Again, if there were multiple targets, you see them listed as I demonstrated. This is exactly the same as this, so I'm not going to bother reading it out again. Yeah, it's exactly the same. All right. Okay, so what happens if there is a hash on our block list? Again, every 5 minutes when the agents do their check-in, they get the updated allow list and the block lists. So the Action Center's block lists can be set to override report-only malware profiles. In other words, if, for example, the customer wants their malware profile configured for PE and DLL examination, not to block malicious executables and DLLs that have been identified as malicious. They only want to report. This is what the profile says. Just send an alert to XDR, but allow it to run. Yeah, that's what and it'll give you the warning, remember, if you do this. Yeah. Even if we have the report setting, the agent also, like all the other agents, gets this on the block list when it does a check-in. So this is going to override the report mode setting on the malware profile for the agent. That's all it means. Yeah, this has higher priority. Enabling this setting will cause all hashes on the list to be blocked on the agent, regardless of its malware profile setting. And if you did use report, again, it gives you a yellow exclamation mark. Warning. Yeah. All right. The last part of the module, and I'll give you time for lab plus a little break, our endpoint response actions include endpoint isolation. So why would you isolate an endpoint? Could be a workstation, could be a server. You're trying to prevent it from being able to communicate. Maybe it was compromised. Maybe it's propagating malware internally. Yeah. So you still want to be able to perform further investigation, but we have the ability to isolate it from Cortex XDR and still access it from within Cortex XDR as well. If you want to be able to configure access for a specific application on an isolated endpoint, we have the ability to do so in the agent settings profile. So there's a response action section in the agent settings profile. There's nothing in this allow list of network isolation. We only allow Cortex XDR to communicate with the agent. But if I need to allow the agent to communicate with other IPs, I can for certain processes. So in this example, they've put there in there a variable, which won't work because we don't syntax check it. This is better. %program files %/Google /Chrome. Yeah. So here they've entered it incorrectly when they pressed on the blue arrow. Yeah, they've entered it incorrectly. Profram files with no backslash. Yeah, after the %, and no backslash here either. Anyway, if we did need to allow Chrome to access certain services, we could, or other applications. Let me give you a bit of a demonstration. Yeah, you will do this in the lab too, but maybe it'll help to understand what's happening as well when you do it. So first thing I'll show you, our VMs are identical clones. Yeah. So, well, now they have different host names, but we all have the same IP address. And we're all using and we're all isolated from each other, yeah? And we all have the same default gateway, which is a virtual router that does actually connect us to the internet. Okay. And I could get to other IPs on the internet and other Google address as well. In fact, we'll do this one as an extended ping and open another command prompt. And I'm going through my I'm going through my default gateway, 192.168.1.10 you saw, yeah? I don't need to convince you of that again. I can. Yeah. If I can't get through my default gateway, I'm not going to get to Google, yeah? So I'll do another ping to the other Google DNS server address, extend ping as well, also going through my default gateway, of course. All right. So back on our prevention profiles, I'm going to find my trash that filter, find just my profile names. And I'm looking for my agent settings profile. So before I isolate my endpoint in the demonstration, I'm going to put an allow list for network isolation under the response actions section. Yeah. So instead of scrolling down, jump to the response actions. Do you want to configure access for a specific application on isolated endpoints? If we ever isolate the endpoint using this agent settings profile, by default, there's nothing in the allow list of network isolation. So again, and it shows you a good example there, but I'm going to allow all processes through my default gateway. And I'm going to allow all processes to 8.8.8.8. Just make sure that's valid. All looks good. Because again, we don't syntax check for you. I'll save that off. And next time my agent does a check-in, it will now know that's in the allow list if it ever gets isolated. Yeah. You know what? We created a filter, didn't we? we created a filter on Monday. I shared it with you as well. Yeah, so I'm going to quickly load the Jerry December EPT filter, which is matching on all of our names, connected or disconnected. Yeah, and there's my endpoint. I'm going to force it to check in because a fast demo is a good demo. Yeah, to make sure it gets that agent settings profile update. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, while that's happening, there are a couple of ways, of course, we can initiate the endpoint isolation. So from the right click, we saw security operations. From the initiate row, we can isolate the endpoint, or I could use an action from the action center. This is probably faster for me in terms of immediate response. But I do want to make sure my agent completed that check-in. Yeah, I don't want this demonstration to fail. What we're hoping is when it is isolated, it can still ping 8.8.8, yeah, but not ping 4.4. That's what we're hoping, right? So just verify again. When was my last check-in? 2:15:22, and it's 2:15 UTC now. So I'm quite confident it's got what it needs. All good. So let's try. Let's try and isolate my endpoint. Yeah. So back to our endpoint list. I'll do it from security operations. Isolate the endpoint. You have to agree because isolation will block the endpoint network access, except for traffic to Cortex XDR. This is a class demo. And I isolate the endpoint. If I get back to the endpoint, isolation, you can see we've halted all network access on your device user. By default, we show a notification. We can hide that in the agent settings profile as well. And as you can see, all processes through the default gateway to 8.8 is still allowed, but 4.4 is failing. If we went back to the action center for something different and then refresh the action center, you'll find that isolation action and the status completed successfully. Yeah. If I looked at and I could, from here, look at additional data, but if I want to cancel the isolation, I'll go into the endpoint isolation list. Yeah. And there you can see I've got an initiate row. Yeah. Can verify the status from here as well. There's the comment. Yeah. My group membership. So from here, I'll cancel the isolation or from the endpoint list. Yeah, I could go, that's important to see. So we can see graphically the status of the endpoint. Yeah, that it's been isolated. And now my initiate row has changed to cancel endpoint isolation. So in case you needed to do further forensic analysis of that infected machine, you could allow those connections. Jerry, could you please show me where you can find... Thomas, I didn't show you. Yeah, I'm going to show you extra tricks later by the end of the class. So the force check-in of, is it still isolated? No, I don't think so. So I'll come back to that in a second, Thomas. We'll just make sure it's not good. It's gone. So the force check-in is a full cycle check-in. If this was a pro agent, you have to do an alt right click, the ALT button. Yeah, alt right click on the endpoint. Yeah. So it's the ALT button next to your space bar. If you then choose that, you get a force check-in and some other options. You also get the option to disable capabilities. Yeah, maybe, for example, I never want this endpoint. Yeah, my business critical application server or database server. If some are live terminals, you can retrieve any files, right? Yeah, corporate databases, whatever it is. File retrieval, script execution. What script is going to run? Could be very powerful. It'll be in the agent script library, but yeah, so we can disable capability. Excuse me. Yeah, if you need to. All right, so I showed you a bit about endpoint isolation, how you can initiate it from the Action Center or the shortcut menu for an endpoint, how to cancel it. The other way to cancel it was SciTool isolate stop if you know the supervisor password that's protected. Yeah, and again, you can allow process and IP address pairs in the agent settings profile. That way you don't, one more thing I'll show you briefly. If I quickly isolate my endpoint again, why not? I agree, don't need a comment. I've isolated the endpoint. Yeah, let's just verify that again. Yep, I believe it and got the extra notification. If we go back to the endpoint list, if I go back to the endpoint list, can I still live terminal to it? So we can still perform investigation from XDR, but if you needed to do investigation from something else, you could add to that allow list for isolation. Yeah, I can still, manage processes, manage the file system, run a command line command that's non-interactive, or run a Python script or a Python code snippet. So this is while it's isolated, yeah? Still isolated. I'll disconnect the live terminal session. So that was initiated, of course, with WebSocket. I'm not going to save the report. I've got so many of them. All right, very good. So live terminal, you've seen it a couple of times now. It will only really work when the endpoint is connected. Yeah. We can do that for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. And as you've seen, we have our task manager. You can then identify the process IDs, see parent and child process relationships, terminate a process, do further investigation. The file explorer to dig down through the local drives, not network drives. Again, there is the ability to retrieve any files or folders, to move them, to delete them. Yeah, command line and Python. And to run Python, it is a pro license feature, but there's no need to install Python on the agent. Yeah, it's part of the agent. Yeah. And we'll go through that as well in the 262 class starting tomorrow. Yeah. So here they're showing you the task manager, further options for investigation or management of a running process. You can terminate, suspend, resume if it's suspended, get a verdict from VirusTotal or Wildfire. Add this SHA-256 as an IOC. So if there's a log of activity sent by one of my pro agents that logs a process using that SHA-256, Cortex XDR will create alert, an IOC alert. You can download the binary. Yeah. The file options through File Explorer or for a folder. Do you want to download it? That would download it and you'd see it in the Action Center. You then have to go and use the additional data option to then retrieve those files. But copy, move, rename, it's very powerful, yeah? I also showed you we have the ability to disable endpoint capabilities for some of your endpoints or agents, or some of your customers might not want for some of their workstations or servers to have ever, for anyone, the ability to do a live terminal to it or to perform file retrieval from it. Yeah, that database server, or CIO and CFO's workstations, or script execution. You can choose one or more. If you disable capabilities on the endpoint, it's irreversible. To re-enable the capability you disabled, you would need to reinstall the agent. You don't need to remove it first, but you need to reinstall the agent on top. Okay, so that's yeah. Can't go back unless you reinstall. Summarize that. So that was a short but interesting section on our response. Yeah, understanding different action categories versus the different targets that we have. How we perform server-initiated actions like live terminal, endpoint isolation, quarantining, and others using WebSocket. How to perform and track the response actions from the Action Center, and how to run live terminal and manage endpoint isolation. If you have questions, now's a great time. If you've been holding off, you can always ask while I'm talking. Yeah, what's the difference between performing a heartbeat and performing a check-in? Good question. Good question. And I've still isolated. Cancel my isolation. Thank you. So with a normal it disappeared from me. With a normal right click, we have the option under endpoint control to perform a heartbeat. That's the terminology we use from XDR. It's pretty much the same thing. It's pretty much the same thing as the terminology of check-in now from the agent. It's just whether the agent is performing it or whether we're initiating it from Cortex XDR. Yeah. So it doesn't say perform check-in, it's a heartbeat to the agent. Whereas when we do the alt right click, I'm trying, give me one more time, and then see force check-in. Force check-in is what we call a full cycle check-in. So if this is a pro agent, even if, and it's not, we don't see pro, but if it was a pro agent, even if it's not ready for its every 5-minute EDR upload, the enhanced endpoint data, we still force it to check in. Send me your log right now. Yeah. So it's a full cycle heartbeat. It's not as it's more aggressive. Sometimes as well, you may have noticed that to make sure my lab demonstrations work, I don't perform heartbeat, I force check in. Yeah. Now the agent, I wouldn't need to do that in a normal environment. You would just wait for your agent to do their check-in, they'd get the updates to your profile settings. Yeah. But in my lab environment, I want to make sure the agent really got the policy and profile updates as well. So I'll force check in. A bit more aggressive, Kent. Okay. Great. So, my pleasure. Thank you for the question. All right, you have a very good lab. It's still early in the day. It's 10:30 Singapore, so it's 10:30 Singapore. Yeah, it is. So if you'd like to have a morning tea break, go ahead, and then I'll provide also enough time to complete these lab activities. Now we're going to start the next module probably in about, 45 minutes, 50 minutes or so. It won't take you too long. Or let me know when you're done. Some of you have been sending through dones, which is really helping me. So you're welcome to a coffee or tea break and then to do the lab, or in the other order, whatever you prefer. Same thing to me. All right, call out if you need help or the lab login information. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Great progress on the lab. So a few people have completed. If you have any questions, you're welcome to ask, or if you want me to demonstrate something from the lab. If not, we'll go on to the next module talking about basic agent troubleshooting. Okay, so in this module, we're going to look at how to work with more the Windows agent than anything else. But we're going to talk first of all about troubleshooting methodologies and resources that you should know how to find and get access to. And then we'll understand more about how the Windows agent works. The agent maintains different data stores. We'll discuss the way we perform agent identification, where to find the agent log and the kind of information we see in the log, how to change the logging level to get more detail from the log if we were troubleshooting a problem with an agent. And if we are troubleshooting, often we'll have to open up a support case, a customer support portal case, with the technical support team. So how to work with them, what kind of information they'll need, your tech support file, and how to get access to it. So by the end of this module, you'll be able to describe troubleshooting methods and methodologies. Yeah, we've all built up our troubleshooting skills over the years, but we'll introduce a couple of different troubleshooting methodologies anyway. We'll know how to locate Cortex XDR documentation, like the administrator guide or the pro administrator guide for the agent. Things like the release notes that are important. How we troubleshoot agent-specific problems using Cortex XDR agent tools. We have both the agent console, and more powerful is our SCI tool. And the steps we can use, different ways of retrieving the support file that will be needed to attach to our support case to work with tech support. So the first section is a basic overview of troubleshooting methodologies and resources. In order to effectively troubleshoot, we will use different methodologies. Yeah, some of us think from the OSI layers perspective, yeah, from the bottom up or from the top down or divide and conquer. But we're always trying to identify the root cause of a problem, whatever problem you're trying to resolve. And there are different logical methodologies to approach the problem with. Yeah. We also, in order to effectively resolve the problem, the knowledge base provided by the vendor, Palo Alto Networks in this case, their documentation and the resources they provide is also very important to enable us to identify and resolve problems. Our ability to use troubleshooting tools and utilities available to us, our ability to find the logs and interpret the logs and traces we have available, and our ability to work with tech support can also understanding what they need, a tech support file to be attached to a support portal case that can assist in the time to resolution. So that's a very high level to start off with. And here is one example of a troubleshooting approach. It's a 4-step process. It has an acronym of DIREC. So let's go through the 4-step process. And we can apply this to any kind of problem. Yeah, problem with a firewall or a problem with XDR agent or router or whatever it is. Yeah, but let's talk XDR agent. So with a DIREC approach, the first stage, D, stands for define. We need to define what the problem is as specifically as we can and with quantifiable ways. So for example, do we have a problem with the XDR agent? What is the problem? So we've just upgraded, let's say, from 8.2.0 to 8.2.1, and then a process that used to work before no longer works. My SQL server, my Exchange server, whatever it is, I'm trying to make something up. So we have to try to specifically define what the problem is and quantify it so we can isolate what could be the possible problem causes in the next stage, and that's isolate. Yeah, so if we just did an upgrade from one agent version to the other, and then there was a problem with a process that used to work, most likely, I mean, there might be multiple problem causes. Maybe the Windows admins just pushed out an update. Yeah, maybe it's their fault, right? So we need to identify what the possible problem causes are and verify the root cause through the isolate stage. And in step 3, we're going to then resolve. Yeah, and typically the resolution will take some careful planning, a sequence of corrective actions need to be performed in the right sequence, and sometimes also within a maintenance window. Can't take down, reboot every server or every VM whenever you want to. And if you have made changes, yeah, you uninstall the agent and install the older agent or whatever it was, you need to confirm, did your solution fix the problem? Is it effective? Is it a permanent solution or a temporary workaround? Have there been any adverse consequences of the changes that you made? Because you may need to go back and redefine, re-isolate, resolve, and confirm. Sometimes it's a cycle. Yeah, we don't always fix it the first time. So I'll keep that brief, yeah? You are all masters of troubleshooting. I'm sure you have got expertise in many different systems, and yeah, with Cortex XDR, you're building up as well. But whenever we troubleshoot any problem, yeah, general troubleshooting, we have to verify the problem actually exists. Can I see the problem? How can I prove it? Can I see it from an alert that we've received in our XDR management console? Gather the detailed data you need to verify the problem actually exists using system files, maybe the log on the agent, if it's an agent problem, change management systems. Sometimes you need to involve other administrators as well, as I mentioned, the server admins, the desktop admins. And after you've gathered the data that you need, we're then going to extract possible problem causes. What are the different possible hypotheses? Yeah, and then reduce it down to the most likely problem cause. And ultimately, we're trying to find the root cause and resolve it. And if it didn't undo those changes, most likely, further reduce it down to the next most likely cause and try to fix that. So we're going through iterative testing. Now, in terms of Cortex XDR, to access very useful documentation, all of the links that I show you on the slides, there are clickable links in your course guide as well, or you can just go and search for the documentation, do a Google search for Cortex XDR Prevent Administrator Guide, Cortex XDR Pro Administrator Guide. They are very useful resources to understand how the XDR works and the agent works. Just to get a list of our endpoint protection modules, yeah, to understand how to configure features you've forgotten or we didn't cover in the class. We have the API reference. We'll talk about a bit about sending alerts by API in the last module. And here we have the release notes. So you saw when I demonstrated when my company's tenant yesterday, I logged in and it showed, XDR just upgraded to 3.8. Here's the link to the release notes. There may be things we need to know about. New features, known issues. So lots of available documentation. There is also a lot of people ask me, what compatibility do we have for Cortex XDR agent? Yeah, what's the compatibility matrix? So what different Windows types and versions? What different Linux distributions? Which Mac OS releases? And that's all in the compatibility matrix. Does it coexist with other EDRs or AVs? Check the compatibility matrix. Yeah. And there is live community, and there is an area on Palo Alto Networks live community dedicated to Cortex XDR. So if you have questions about Cortex XDR, you can join the community, post questions, provide answers. You become a member of the community. Yeah. Here's an example of a very old release note. One of the other things you should probably do as well, at some stage, we'll have to talk about the customer support portal today, I'm sure. So I'll just connect to the customer support portal. And I'm already signed in with a valid session. So I'm in my default account for my organization. Urgent action expiration, PAN-OS certificate expiration advisor I need to know about, but I do know about this. Yeah. Expired certificates for unsupported devices on December 31st, 2023. The root certificate and default certificate will expire for unsupported firewalls and appliance running PAN-OS. Please read your advisory. Yeah. If you don't renew certificates on your firewalls before they expire, your firewalls and Panorama won't be able to establish connections to Palo Alto Networks and do things like, application signature updates, their threat signature updates, things like that. Yeah. So if your firewall, by the way, is configured for dynamic content updates, it's been doing its application and threat signature updates. it's fine. Yeah, read the detailed advisory. Anyway, that's another side issue. When you log on to the customer support portal, here's my user profile. I won't go into my profile, but I will go into my preferences. So if you do want to receive emails, sometimes they are daily, and they should probably update this. But I subscribe to get content update emails, product security advisories, lots of things that aren't necessarily Cortex XDR related. But Cortex XDR evolved from the old Traps, which was an EDR. So subscribe to Traps software update emails, and Traps content update emails gives me updates by email about Cortex XDR. Yeah. So maybe turn those options on if you haven't already on the customer support portal. May want to. Again, clickable links from your course guide. I will not read through them all. You probably know how to get to the support portal, to that documentation link, the live community portal, the Learning Center, and the Palo Alto Networks channel on YouTube. Lots of resources there on Cortex XDR and others. All right, so now we do a slight change of topic, everyone. Our customers, let me check that message. Our customers are currently experiencing a problem. They use a DLP product, and whenever a protected archive is XDR scheduled to be scanned, a Windows blue screen, so crashes. In which direction can this be debugged? We've asked customer support there via debug log. They say the reason is the DLP product. Sounds right. Yeah. Just give me possible query directions and I'll do lab verification again. Thank you. So
Hello.
yeah, hi Kent. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Yes, I can hear you. Keep on talking. Oh no, your audio is not working very well. Yeah, and your audio is not working so well. So let me have a think about that. Definitely, I would, yeah, the audio is not working at all.
I mean, I can explain this problem is maybe I think maybe the TLP can increase the file hash.
It should
So
exclude. So maybe what we need to do is we need
I
to
don't
think
know.
about.
So
So maybe we need to do a process exception for that DLP product. I'm not
we
sure.
cannot find the real cost. We have the exclude
And
the
we can't
like
understand.
some folder we cannot get, but yeah, we exclude. So yeah, you process the DLP product.
Yeah, Kent, we're having trouble hearing you by audio. It's really very difficult. I can't quite understand. So you're saying, okay, let me try and have a think about this. It's a DLP product, and when we're scanning, when there's a scheduled scan, then a blue screen happens. So it's triggered by the scanning. It must be of the agent. There's no way to exclude that area from the scan schedule. Is there a way to exclude that area? That I'll have to check out. So that's possible. That particular archive. Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk. All right, let's have a think about and talk about it at lunchtime. Yeah. Okay. But definitely the logs might help. We might see what's happened if we look at the logs, but we'll talk about how to find the logs in this section now. Yeah. I hope you can hear me better than I can hear you. Yeah. Wasn't really working. All right, so this is a slight change of topic, everyone. Yeah, there is another service that is provided by Palo Alto Networks. Yeah, I've got a network issue. Okay. There's another service provided by Palo Alto Networks, Cortex XDR's Managed Threat Hunting Service. It's an add-on. You have to pay for it. And what it provides, Palo Alto Networks have internally an expert threat intelligence group called Unit 42, and they have their managed threat hunting team within Unit 42. They also have a lot of interaction with Cortex XDR's research team, as well as access to the Cortex XDR platform for the customer if you get the managed threat hunting service. So the idea is, by providing that visibility into the customer tenant, they can leverage the data already available in Cortex XDR to find sophisticated, hidden, sometimes advanced persistent threats that have been unnoticed in their environment, yeah, using their experts. And they have tools and methodologies that we don't have, machine learning-based tools that we don't have. I've not used it myself, but the customers that tell me they use it, I can't remember, is it a daily, a weekly report or a monthly report? But they also send reports, and you get the reports automatically in your Cortex XDR. You get a new notification when they send you, threat report weekly or monthly. I think it is weekly. And besides that, they will also generate alerts for us automatically. If I find the alerts table, you might have noticed already that our alert sources, we've already talked about many alert sources, but if you look at the different alert source types and just filter based on XDR alert source types, and there are many others, not just XDR agent, yeah, we'll learn about these in the next class. Yeah, analytics we've kind of seen already, but we have alerts generated by XDR's managed threat hunting as well. So they're Unit 42, you may have heard of before. They're expert threat hunters. They continuously monitor the customer environment, yeah, for more stealthy indicators of attack, and can provide visibility to speed up mean time to detection and mean time to resolution. So Unit 42, again, is Palo Alto Networks expert, cybersecurity research group. They have global response capability as well. Depending on what the customer needs, they do provide data breach response to assist in minimizing the impact of a security breach. They can, again, help to identify and maybe, eradicate, contain and eradicate in the threat in your environment, a new malware outbreak, ransomware or something like that. They also provide cyber risk and resilience management to assess the cyber threats and help you strengthen your security posture. Digital investigation support using their own tools, which we don't have, and their own data analytics and intelligence capabilities using machine learning and others. And if for some reason you had to go to court, they can also be used to provide have a legal team that can provide, reports and depositions in court if you needed to, if there was a big breach and you were able to prosecute the attacker. Expert witness and litigation support is also provided. Again, all not part of the base license. You'd have to look this up. So part of the extra capabilities. All right. So let's return to the XDR agent. Yeah. We're now going to focus on the way the XDR agent works and how we identify the agent, where to find its log, and again, customer support. So first of all, agent data stores, another slight change of topic. Now we've all used SciTool so far, and yeah, for some commands, some of the options, I should say, there is a requirement to use the supervisor password. But just to remind you, SciTool is more powerful than the XDR agent console, so it's typically used by administrators. Yeah, it's our primary tool for management and troubleshooting. I can't end endpoint isolation with the agent console, but I can with SciTool. Yeah. So where is SciTool found? Under program files, Palo Alto Networks traps. On Monday, I couldn't find it. I didn't have the agent installed on the wrong VM I connected to. And the reason why it works for us, wherever we are on the agent, in any directory, is because we've added that path we've added that directory to your path. I don't need all those pings anymore, surely. Okay. Oh. A bit unresponsive because of too many pings happening. Let's stop a ping or two. So when you ran the prep script on Monday, we actually put that location in your path. A path is a Windows environment setting that says, if I type in hello, yeah, which directories will I search? Yeah, this one, followed by that one, followed by that one, until I find an executable that matches that name. Yeah. So if we type SciTool, a user wouldn't. We're typing SciTool from the home directory, and it will work for us because it's in our path. That's all I'm trying to say. And if you want to know all the options for SciTool, that's the way to do it. Yeah. Yeah, just a SciTool command with no option or with /?, yeah, is going to show you all the different options for SciTool. SciTool protect, SciTool runtime, start or stop, SciTool info, yeah. So there are many different options, and each of those options has different sub options. So SciTool isolate, and then I'll do a /? What are the options with SciTool isolate? And then I can see this SciTool isolate stop. That's the only thing to end the endpoint isolation. If I tried that, I'd need the supervisor password. Okay. So really, again, I'll reinforce this. It is very important on a new Cortex XDR for your customer that you go straight into the settings configurations and you document what the global uninstall password will be, because you do not want it to be uppercase P, password 1. Yeah, everyone knows that's what a new Cortex XDR instance uses. And if you didn't change it in the agent settings profile or here, that's what it will be. First step should be to change it globally. Yeah, make sure you record it somewhere, lock it away in a safe. To override the global uninstall password, remember, all we do is we can control it on the agent settings profile. If you didn't know it, yeah, I can still control it on the agent settings profile. Yeah, by default, we're using the default. So I won't overdo that. But please do ask questions. You haven't used your question limit for this class. You got half a day left and 3 days worth of questions to ask me. So here are all of the options for SciTool. Again, you know, not there for you to memorize, but you can invoke a file system scan with SciTool. Yeah. Query your WebSocket status. Many options we haven't used in the class, and many you won't need to use. But again, the powerful ones require the supervisor password. So when we install Cortex XDR Agent on Windows, the agent configuration is stored in different locations. We have the program files installation, but we also have our hidden program data, Cyvera local system folder. And this is where the agent stores its hash verted cache in WF cache. What's the hash verted cache? My wildfire cache. My on-disk wildfire cache, all the files I've already accessed, I know the verdicts. And also in the same directory location, there is a persistence directory. And in that directory, we store what we call persist databases. We'll talk more about what these persist databases are, but they provide on disk, locally on disk, key value data stores that are needed by the agent. Besides program files and program data, also there is a registry subtree. So you can see under HKey local machine, system Cyvera, we have an installation, a subtree. So this is where we'll see, for example, the trusted publishers. No one asked me, who are the trusted signers? Yeah, how does the agent know the trusted signer? We update the registry when there's a content update. If you add your own custom trusted signer, that's where you'll find it too, an allowed signer. So just before I go into the next part of things, so that you have something to picture, when we created on Monday, yeah, it was on Monday, when we created on Monday our agent installation packages, when you create an agent installation package in a particular Cortex XDR tenant, there is information within this package about this tenant. Yeah. So if I install a package created in this instance, then the agent, when it starts, is going to register to this instance. So how does that work? And is there any way I can show you? When we installed our agent on Monday, it just automatically connected to Cortex. The services started, and it connected to Cortex XDR, can do a check-in, yeah? But we didn't provide this detail at all over here, did we? We didn't provide anything about a ch dash my instance name, my subdomain name .traps .Palo Alto Network. We didn't configure that. So there's information within the agent installation package that provides configuration to the agent. Yeah. And that's what we have within what we call persist databases. The persist databases are stored in this folder in this location. And here we see the different persist databases. I won't read them all out. Agent actions.db, they're all .db files. Cloud frontend DB. Agent settings.db. So if you wanted to use SciTool to get a list, I mean, of course, you can open up that directory if you're showing hidden directories. But if you want to see it using SciTool, a list of these persist databases, we use the command SciTool persist list. If you'd like to display the content of one of these databases, SciTool persist print, followed by the name, in this case, securityevents.db. And we'll then see the content. We'll look at an example in a second. And I've never heard of a situation where you need to, but if you did need to export one of the DBs, you can. If you needed to import maybe a file provided by Palo Alto Networks to overwrite the agent settings DB or another DB, you could do that as well with SciTool persist import. Never heard of a case where you need to, but it is supported. Yeah. So here's an example of the cloud frontend.db. SciTool persist print, and then the database name. We then see the settings, including our agent version. For us, it would be 8.2.0. something, and then communication settings. And we see the distribution ID. This is the XDR instance ID, which is going to be unique, an authentication ID, and then different URLs. So I pointed out from the agent console, I showed you a call home server. It's not China. Yeah, it's a call home. I'm calling home. Yeah, to say hi. Call home. A core server. Here's our WebSocket URL. WSS and the call home server again. So this provides the agent with detail that it needs to work properly. You don't need to manually create this. What did you do to create the content? You created your agent installation package, yeah, and provided it to the agent. So it's important to understand that, yeah? If I take this agent and download it now to my home workstation, yeah, and I install it on my home workstation, it's going to register to this Cortex instance, not my company's. Yeah? All right, I've made the point. And there is the ability, sometimes you won't need to import from Palo Alto Networks. If for some reason, typically by instruction from a support team member, if you need to reset the agent database on an endpoint, you can clear the agent state by selecting the endpoint, but you need to use that Alt right click, and then there's an extra option to clear the agent database. And it will reset it. Okay. Next slight change of topic. We're still talking about the agent. How do we identify the agent? Both in Cortex XDR management as well as on the agent itself. So with our agent identification, we use two different IDs that uniquely identify the software and the hardware, and they're stored in two different files. These are both on the XDR agent itself. There's a file called agent.id. We also call that the endpoint ID. That's more the software identifiers. Host names are the software identification. And then we have another file called hardware ID. We call that one the machine ID. That includes hardware identifiers that are hardware specific, disk IDs, CPU IDs. These ID files are not part of the agent installation package. They're created during the installation on the agent. We have to dynamically create the software endpoint ID and the hardware machine identifier. Now, we don't see that. Question popping through. Under what reason do we need? Yeah, Kent, if you were instructed by Palo Alto Networks to reset the agent database, yeah, maybe you're having problems, for example, it's not checking in, it's not able to connect to for some reason, this agent can't connect to the call home server and the database settings look wrong. Yeah, like I mentioned, I've never heard of a situation where you need to. It would most likely be as a result of direction from attack member. Yeah, yeah. So we're talking about some things in here that you really often would not need to worry about. Yeah, but just for further information in case it's useful in some situation. This I'll try to make relevant for you as well. Yeah, so again, the agent ID is more a software identifier. We call it the endpoint ID. Hardware ID is, we call it machine ID, but more a hardware identifier file. And we create these when we install the agent. It's not part of the agent installation package. So what happens when we uninstall the agent? You know, when you remove a product on Windows or Mac OS, often it doesn't remove the whole product. Often the hidden directories are still there, and there might still be some files and registry keys and data remaining, yeah? Same thing with XDR agent. When we uninstall, we keep some of our installation. We keep the agent ID and the hardware ID, but when you reinstall on the same machine, we're going to modify the agent ID, but it's the same hardware. So we keep the same hardware ID. So we update the agent ID, but keep the original hardware ID. Yeah. Now, we don't see the IDs by default, the hardware ID, the machine ID, unless you include the endpoint ID column. Why is that important? Well, with the same identifier, if you remove the agent and reinstall the agent on the same machine, you're not going to find two endpoints. Let's say we uninstalled on mine, and we can, by the way, I won't, but we can uninstall the agent on single or multiple. If I uninstalled and reinstalled, I'm not going to find this as an old one, disconnected or connected lost. I'd find this one here again. It knows it's the same endpoint. It won't show me two, in other words. It won't show me the old one that's no longer there and a new one. Yeah, we have the same identifier. So that's good, in other words. It's not going to be a problem if you need to uninstall the agent and reinstall. And by the way, I should point out here, there are different endpoint statuses besides connected or disconnected. Yeah, and I won't try and remember all of the details. This would be in the administrator guide. Yeah, the different statuses. What does connection lost mean? When do we determine the connection is lost? There's a difference between disconnected and connection lost. I think that's after 30 days. Yeah. Uninstalled. Do you want to see a list of the, we used to have the agent installed. Do you want to see them too? Yeah. VDI pending logon, forensics offline. So there are different endpoint statuses we're not seeing by default because we're only looking at connected and disconnected by default. Okay. How would I discover? Jerry, how do I know what those Cortex XDR endpoint statuses mean? I would do a Google search like we all do. Yeah. Cortex XDR endpoint status. Cortex XDR agent. Center, endpoint table, administrator guide. That's straight from Palo Alto Networks. Often not the first hit you want, but anyway. And this is where we'll find that kind of thing, yeah? But it will be in here somewhere, the different statuses, what they mean. Scan statuses. I won't dig around, right? I won't spend your time, yeah? Digging around on Google for you. All right. So other things we saw before, again, it's trying to save some of the advanced features to the right time, not just in this class, but also for tomorrow. I haven't shown you a lot of good things yet. Sometimes you want to force your agent to do a full cycle check-in to make sure it's going to receive any new profile changes, any new allow block list changes. If it is a pro agent, it'll even force it to do the EDR upload, the enhanced endpoint data upload, the log, even if it's not ready for the every 5-minute log transmission, it forces it to send if it's a pro agent. So that's force check-in. Sometimes when I'm doing my lab demonstrations, again, if it was a production environment, I wouldn't worry if I'd made a change in XDR. I'd wait for my agents to do their check-ins. If they didn't get the change at the first check-in, they'll get it the next. Yeah. In my lab, I'm trying to do demonstrations, so I often will force the check-in for the agent instead of just performing a heartbeat or check-in from the agent. Yeah. It's a more, I won't say guaranteed, but the updates will, updates to policy and any of those other settings will be received by the agent. The other advanced option we have is change managing server. They don't show it to you from here. It's hiding somewhere else. So change managing server from the endpoint list. If we right-click an endpoint, alt-right-click, we have change managing server. Now, this may not be something you have to do often, yeah, but if your customer has one small tenant and they don't want to relicense it, and they have another big tenant, maybe they just bought a small company that was using Cortex XDR. So here I am in the small company tenant, and I don't want to uninstall the agents, but I can change managing server and dynamically move the agent to another Cortex XDR instance. Yeah, it applies to the agent communication and management moving forward. Any existing data is moved to the new server being a different Cortex XDR. Yeah, so it's not a hard process. And that means the benefit is I don't need to uninstall Cortex XDR from this server and then get an agent installation package from the other tenant to install after I've had an hour or two of no protection. Yeah, I just need to change managing server dynamically. So that's a great option. Does that make sense? Yeah, I did have a customer with that scenario. They had a global organization that had purchased a small company, and the small company already had Cortex XDR for 200 endpoints. They had an XDR for 10,000 endpoints. They didn't want two management consoles. They wanted one SOC team, one pane of glass. Yeah. So they did that. They took their agents, they moved them. So to change the Cortex XDR instance of an existing agent, again, use the change managing server option. You have to get the installation package ID in the new instance. So go to the new instance, yeah, provide an installation package ID. This is from the new instance, the big one with 10,000 agents. And here's my small tenant with the agent I'm trying to migrate across. I paste that in over here. It's a very simple process. All right, and you do have a log on the agent as well. The agent logs its activity locally. So what we'll do is we'll talk about how to find the agent log. Sometimes you can resolve problems yourself and don't even need to open a support case. And often it means knowing how to find the log and what to look for inside the log. So our Windows XDR agent log, we write to the different agent components, write to the trapsd.log. Again, a bit of legacy from Traps to record things like connection status changes, agent status changes, maybe an upgrade or my every 5-minute check-in, or for a pro agent, my every 5-minute, it says EDR upload in the log. It's our enhanced endpoint data, the log of my process, file system, registry, and network connections in the last 5 minutes. Policy updates, we're logging. Preventions performed by the agent, we're logging. So maybe I can correlate from the log file when that blue screen of death happened. Can I find what we see in the log file at that time, Kent? Yeah. And the log file, let's have a look for it under your program data Cyvera logs directory. It's not, it's not, again, not the kind of thing you need to do day to day. Yeah. It's in your hidden program data if you made it visible, and then Cyvera, and then logs. That's a good place. That's where our quarantine folder is. Yeah. And there's our trapsd.log file. So text file, open it with Notepad, we won't see the changes to it. Yeah, as we keep on writing changes to it. But if you open up with Notepad++, it'll prompt you. Yeah. And here we see in the traps.d.log file, the typical format is we first of all have a date and timestamp. Yeah. And then we have the level of the message. Is it informational level or is it a notice? Is it a warning? Yeah, there are different levels of log messages. We then see the endpoint name, and we then see a process ID number, followed by a thread ID number, and then something typically we can understand, agent operational status report a thread, some process, and it's the traps daemon, traps D, telemetry, current agent operational status. So we'll see our every 5-minute check-ins, we'll see policy updates, and you can compare, yeah? There's a heartbeat scheduled, communication thread pool heartbeat scheduled, and we'll probably find every 5 minutes that happens automatically, unless you did your, check-in now. Again, not the kind of thing you want to open every day. Yeah. But that's where to find the log file. Scheduled heartbeat task finished with return code 0. Good. Heartbeat response doesn't contain any updated data. No update to policy or allow list or block list. No new data in the heartbeat. Yep, no, didn't get any updates that time. All right, so again, that's where to find it if you need it. And why may you need it? Well, like Kent might need to troubleshoot his problem. And in case the problem happens again, or a problem happens again, this is the default log level of the log file. And if you know syslog logging levels, it's similar, yeah? And when you log at a particular level, what that means is if I'm logging at level 6, the default log level, informational, low priority information, if there's any higher priority message, we also log that, yeah? So we're also going to log level 5, level 4, if we say log level 6, it's level 6 and everything more important, yeah? But level 6 is not the most detailed output. We have level 7 debug, and we even have more verbose than debug, level 8, which is trace, typically if instructed by TAC, by Palo Alto Network Support. You can disable logging, that's not a recommendation. So you can say, to change the log level, I want to get more data in my log file, and maybe I can identify the problem, SciTool log, set underscore level, and then the level 7, all for all my SciTool components. If you need to, there's your reference. If you did change the logging level, maybe change it back to the default log level afterwards, after you've done your analysis. So here's our traps.d.log file. The format of each message or log in the file is we first of all see the timestamp, the log level, info, warn. We then see the host name, followed by a process ID in the square brackets, and then a thread ID, and then a component and a function, traps daemon, heartbeat. EDR upload. We're getting the EDR archives to upload, preparing them every 5 minutes. This is a pro agent. Only pro does this. Again, a log of all my process network file activities, network connections. I'm getting an archive of that to upload and then performing the EDR upload. I can then search for that log and log activity using XQL or using form-based query we'll learn about on Friday. So that's a bit about the agent log if it helps. Yeah, hopefully you don't have those kind of problems and have to dig around. But ultimately, if you're having problems, the kind of problem Kent mentioned, yeah, this is a critical environment situation. Yeah, they need to get their server working. They need to have XDR agent protection and their DLP working in those kind of complex cases and even simpler cases. Palo Alto Networks technical support is very helpful. In order to help you, typically if you're opening a case that relates to a Palo Alto Networks firewall or Panorama, for example, we go to the firewall and generate a tech support file from the firewall, which is you know, the firewall's logs, the firewall's configuration, things like that. Because if you don't, and you submit the support case, they're going to send back a response and say, can you please submit that support file? And we also have support file for the agent, XDR agent. So there are different ways to generate the support file, but it will perform an on-demand aggregation of all the logs into one big zip file. And that's to help tech support troubleshooting your problems, understanding the registry settings, what we've seen in the logs, the settings of the agent. So how do you get the support file? I showed you through the Action Center already. I retrieved from 6718 and 6717. So we can do it from the management console, or as a right click on the endpoint as well. And the instance will request the file from the agent. We'll then get it from the Action Center. If you were there on the agent, not one the agent, but if you're there on the agent, then you can generate it from the agent console, or you can generate it using SciTool. But still, you've got to attach it to your support case. So, you know, if it was me, I'd do it from the management console. I'm not there on the server. I'm not there on the workstation. We'll control it centrally. So here is an example of retrieving from the right click of an endpoint, retrieve support file, and we'll then find the action when the status becomes completed successfully from the Action Center. This is now from the Action Center. We right click, as I showed you, on that action and then say additional data to open up this window. Yeah. And then I see the action that was performed. This is not the same action, by the way. This was a file retrieval of the support JSON. So I'll do it live. I'll do my better example. Yeah. Yeah. If I could find it. How on earth am I going to find it? Not by time, not by action type. I'll filter it based on me. Okay. Oh, that didn't work at all. Oh, not created by XDR Automation or Jerry. Oh, created by XDR, yeah, Automation or Jerry. What am I doing? Where's my action gone? Okay, so here's some of my actions. I'm pretty sure I did do a retrieve of the support file from 2 endpoints before, yeah? And other demonstrations today as well. Where is it? Endpoint script execution. Oh, it's last week. Goodness. Help me out. Who sees it? Retrieve support file. There it is, support file retrieval, yeah? And you can hover over the details there as well. Yeah, I'm going to say additional data. And again, we then see the action. This we can tell is a support file retrieval, different from a file retrieval. Yeah, any file in the file system, this is a support file. Completed successfully. If I want to get the support file from this endpoint, I would download the file. We'll talk about the process that we need to retrieve the support file password to actually access the support file as well. But you would need to, first of all, download the files. Yeah, this will download it to my local workstation, which I don't really want. Another big zip file. Yeah, so that's how to get it. Yeah, the reason I didn't like this diagram is I see this is a file retrieval for a support JSON. Yeah, but anyway, it's the same process. We clicked on additional data. Then to get the actual file or support file, you have to right click on the endpoint and then use the download option. I think you got the idea. All right, now if you want to use the agent, from any tab you are within the agent, you've noticed that we give you the option to generate the support file as well. One of the good things about doing it on the agent is you can see straight away where it is. It tells you where it outputs it to. Actually, SciTool does. The agent, you have to know where to find it if you use the agent console. So here's how to find it. In the user directory, a hidden directory called app data, so not visible by default, and then roaming Palo Alto Networks Traps support, and there's our zip file. And that file can still be retrieved from the console for up to 7 days after creation. Normally, yeah, you want to generate a fresh support file. You don't want to use, one from a week ago if you had a problem yesterday. So that's another method. And the third method is using Cytle. Cytle log collect dynamically generates the tech support file and shows you the output location, same as where the agent console outputs it to, and there's the file name. All right. So easier to do it all from the XDR management console, I think. All right. So coming back to the Action Center, here are 2 actions, 2 different support file retrieval actions. They've blurred out the endpoint names, but anyway, one's in progress. Yeah, so I won't use that one, but we'll use additional data or use the initiate additional data option to open up that other pop-up you've seen. Once it completes successfully, we'll have the ability to download to actually retrieve it, because now it's just available in Cortex XDR. Now I want it on my workstation. Yeah, so additional data, and then that opens up the additional data detail results. I then find my endpoint from the 10 that were listed that I targeted in the action. Yeah, and I right click on that endpoint and then download files. That's what I chose not to do. Yeah. Now, once the file is downloaded into my downloads directory, that zip file, you want to open the file and you'll find within it an _crypto-info file. Yes, you want to open this file now because within it, we have an encrypted password. So this is the next step. After you download the file itself, open the zip, open the crypto info file. Yeah. Next step within the crypto info file, we find a password. You want to copy this to your clipboard, to your buffer. Next step, we go back to our detail results pop-up where we just downloaded the file, and then we right-click again and say retrieve support file password, and then you paste in that encrypted password we got from the crypto info file into that window. And then you can open up and analyze the content, and that's what's needed to do by Palo Alto Networks as well. So that enables us to open up the encrypted content within the file. I'm not sure if you've ever had to open up a customer support portal case. Yeah, so on the customer support portal, again, if you do need help, yeah, don't, it depends, of course, on the severity, but still, don't hesitate to contact Palo Alto Networks. They do take you through a guided process to open up a support case. You have to make sure it's a licensed product and everything. Ask you a few questions, and then you'll submit it. If you'd like a demonstration of that, let me know, but there's a direct link to support cases, or you can get there from the support portal, support.paloaltonetworks.com. I'm sure many of you have interacted with Palo Alto Networks support before. Yeah. All right, so short module, just to understand a bit more about how the agent works internally, to describe troubleshooting methods and methodologies like direct, how to locate valuable documentation, how to use our agent tools to troubleshoot different problems, find the log file, how to retrieve the support file as well, and work with tech support. If you have questions, you're welcome to ask. Otherwise, I'll give you time for this lab. You can ask during the lab as well. And my plan is again for 1 o'clock lunch. If you finish this lab, it's not even going to take you that long, Yeah, let me know when you're done with the lab, and then we'll plan. I'm thinking maybe even just a 1:30, we should return from lunch. The worst thing that happens is you finish early today, yeah? Or spend the remaining time to complete the labs you haven't completed. Yeah, but this is quite a short one. I'll give you about 20 minutes for it and almost an hour for lunch. Yeah. So I'm thinking around 1:30. I'll make it a little bit later than 1:30 to return from lunch and then start the next module. We'll call it 1:40. No rush. Plenty of time. We're going to be going through Broker VM at 1:40. So it's whatever labs you're up to. Your mission is to complete up to the end of lab 10.1. We'll call it lab plus lunch until 1:40 p.m. Yeah. Yeah. Call out if you need help on any lab at any time. I don't mind if you're still doing other labs. No problem. Thank you, Kent. Okay. Also, by the way, some of you may have noticed before, I went to Beacon. Yeah, I found our event. I've done my work properly. I have marked you all as passed, unless your name is Yves, and I didn't notice you're here for 3 days. I've marked you all as passed for the class. Your attendance has been wonderful. Yeah, your lab progress has been great. So I've marked you as passed. Yeah. So you may even get a notification from Palo Alto Networks that you have up your course status is completed. Yeah, you've passed, and they'll provide you the option. And I would like you all to do this by the end of the day to find the event in Beacon and complete the survey. Very important to Palo Alto Networks. Very important to me as well. I can't update participant names. I didn't add you as a registrant. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm sure Palo Alto Networks can help with that for sure, Thomas. Yeah, I can't. All I can do is manage your status. I can't go and rename you or something like that. Yeah. So yeah, please do at some stage before the thing. Yeah, no worries. Before the end of the day, please make sure you visit Beacon. You also want to download your course attendance certificate, as well as complete the survey. I will check that you have. I want to, because before the end of the day, I want to make sure all of you complete the survey. For Palo Alto Networks, you're an important partner. They want to know how was the class, how's the instructor, how's the lab experience? Did you learn anything? Yeah. Okay. So I'll leave you to that as well. That's Beacon, of course. Yeah. So enjoy your lab time plus lunchtime. It'll be plenty of time for both. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I can see the chats coming through. It should be so Kent's message is correct. In the agent settings profile, yeah, you need to turn off the agent security for registry protection. Yeah. Tried but still not working. Let me check. Okay, so let's talk through this together. I'm not sharing my screen. All right. So yeah, there is a note there in the lab guide to tell you that you do need to disable the registry protection in the agent security settings, and then we'll look at how to find it. Okay, so for those of you that couldn't find the trusted publishers, regedit. Okay. All right, so HQ local machine, let's start again. They told us to go through HQ local machine system, Cyvera, policy, and then organization, and then settings, and I couldn't find them. I couldn't find it in here like you couldn't find it. Yeah, so what do we do? Yeah. So we'll right click there on settings. We'll do a find for Microsoft. That's what you're trying to find. Microsoft, for example. Find next. Look at keys, values, and the data. Find next. And we'll find they've actually moved it with this agent version. It's now under settings, anti-malware, and then signers. So here is where we have our signers, trusted, untrusted, yeah, and user publishers as well. So this is how to find it, or you do a search for it where you were with a find, right click and find, but you'll find it under settings, anti-malware now. Thank you for pointing that out. That'll help me the next class. Yeah, agent versions change. The registry subtree can also change a bit. Is that okay? Those of you that had the chat conversation? Joseph, Kent. Okay. Yeah. Anti-malware signers. Yep, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's been moved. Yeah. Good one. Still going to have almost an hour for lunch if you think you're finishing up, if you're doing that. I have been giving enough time, or do I need to give more time? I'm going to give more time for lunch. Yeah. Because you've still got a few pages on that one before the stop sign. So I'm extending the lab plus lunch until 1:50. That'll be better. Yeah.